Good morning, everybody. Hope you are not too exhausted from our double header yesterday. See, there's plenty in the chat, so we'll dive in a minute. Sorry, I couldn't quite catch hold of the New York Newark arrival. I probably could if I'd gone belt and braces, but I figured I'll only forget to switch something on, so blow that. Slightly less croaky today, but I'm going to manage the voice carefully. And I can see a number of regulars in the show, so I've got a kind of in-between plan. I came really for today for the Delta 330 and the WestJet Dreamliner. So if we get those in the bag and I'm too croaky, we'll finish somewhere around, I think it's around 10:30, something in that region. If I'm doing better, we'll stick on till 12 o'clock and we'll finish with a Hainan departure to see which way it all plays out. Let's jump in the chat. Let's do that first. Always the best bit. For anyone that's watching the show that doesn't know who I am, I'm Mark. My pleasure to say hi. And if it's your first time watching at Edinburgh International Airport, well, you've made a great choice. Beautiful airport. Scenic. Great views. Planes coming in today off the North Sea, off the Firth of Forth. I never thought we'd be opening with an ATR. It's going to be a windy day, so it's going to be interesting how these babies play out. Shout out to Linda Cooper, who is working today, having been up at the ungodly hour of 4:30. That honey you gave me yesterday has helped a bit. So to everybody that was advocating honey, I see Scottish Linda is in the chat, so that includes you, Scottish Linda. I think that was the way to go. I wonder if we'll see the Ferris wheel coming down during the show. I know they can take these things down pretty quickly. So what can I show you? There's the Hainan. Hold the thought. I'm going to go back to the chat now. Although, I don't know what's happened here. The first messages I can see, which weren't the first messages I could see, starts with Tony Rivers at 6:54. Perhaps I chose not to see it. Tony wielding his block vote for plane of the day, Pegasus. No chance. Good morning, Mohawk Scotland. In fact, actually, Mohawk's presence in the chat reminds me we're not co-broadcasting to Facebook today. I decided better to keep things simple. So we'll do that probably on Friday for at least part of the broadcast. No dual camera today either. There wasn't enough sockets in the room to charge everything. It's always the peril when you are broadcasting back to back. Okay, where are we? Scottish Linda, good morning to you. Indeed, Mohawk, A330-300, let's go. Well, I recaptured the thumbnail this morning. I woke up with Delta from Delta in my head. Well, and I need a cup of tea. That's always in my head. Just going to rest a sec while I just do a few more in the chat. John Mackenzie, our man in Hong Kong. Looks like you're well in charge of Monday, well into the afternoon. Steamy there. It's nice here, as in, well, I think they said it was going to be something like 15 degrees. Feels like 12 or something. Well, I've got no coat on, so it's spot on, but it will get blowy. Don't worry, John Mackenzie. I think my need for beauty sleep is even greater than yours. I'm probably a lost cause. Good morning, Alibi 58, one of the Superstar Moderators team. I didn't figure you'd be this early. I must admit, I feared overlaying this morning, I really did. As it goes, that didn't happen. Another decent night kip at the hotel. Travelodge is obviously a budget chain, but I have to say, I always seem to get a good night's sleep there. Certainly the one at Ratho. So, our first departure is Ryanair off to Dublin. I think there is something on long finals, still at sea looking at it. So this should get out without complication. Crikey, John Mackenzie, 96 to 9-year-olds. Are the kids better behaved in Hong Kong than they are here in the UK? Intuitively, I think they would be. But I've never been, so I don't know. Good morning, Keith Cornell. How goes it, KC? I'll tell you what, Alibi 58, I bet you tiptoe around, don't you, when the grandkids are still in bed? I know me and Mrs. PSA, the minute the young one has a nap, we're like super stealthy burglars. So I got a bit of a wheeze on there, laughing at the imagery. We kind of glare at each other if we make any kind of noise. Well, that's usually me getting the glare because I am noisy. Good morning, AJ. How you doing, pal? Thumbs up from Mark. Mary Brock, member for 4 months. Mary, I saw your message about the gifted membership. I'm not 100% certain, so when I've got home and done the update, I will let you know. It'll definitely go in the community post. You know, I like to make sure that people who've got something know who gave it them. Let's face it, money don't grow on trees. And the fireworks are back on today, as we're not running 2 cameras and other bits and pieces. So, Mary Brock, let's celebrate your 4 months with the channel. So we've got another ATR inbound. I guess this is a Belfast one. No, Dublin. Shows you what my guessing is generally worth. Kind of feels like there's moisture on the breeze, but there is no rain clouds. Okay, back to the chat. Benjamin Jack's Charisma. Hello to you, Benjamin. Good morning, Gordon Hunter. Happy morning, happy Monday morning indeed. I must admit, it's a happier Monday for me when I'm down at the airport. Ideally, you'd be going somewhere, but watching folks go places and taking in the sights and sounds, and if the wind's in the right direction, the smell, just divine. Quite a few spotters down here this morning as well. Rather surprised me, although I don't know why I'd be surprised. So we've got the Qatar Dreamliner going out, due out at 8 o'clock or thereabouts. So we're pretty much in that space. I can't see if it's transponding. Got quite a bit of glare on the screen. Air Canada was in late, so they are going to be a 10 o'clock departure now rather than 9. So next inbound is going to be an EasyJet from Bristol, an A320. Tea time for Mary Brock. I was struggling yesterday to decide when afternoon and evening kind of switched over, having decided that 5 o'clock was indeed the afternoon. I was laughing to myself back at the hotel. I kept saying good evening. I suppose you get leggy after a long day. Big DC, good morning to you, Big DC, and Natalie Alice. Hi to you both. Heathrow Live is in the show. Good morning to you. Thumbs up from Mark. And Stephen Dawes. How are you doing, Stephen? Oh yeah, Gordon Hunter. Definitely not for the dentist chair. Definitely not. Or anything else medical for that matter. Unless you're talking about that dentist chair that Gaza memorably sat in. I think it was when they went on that trip to Hong Kong, was it not? And they were squirting shots in his chops. Shots in his chops. Although, to be fair, I don't think I could hack that either these days, but I reckon in my late teens and 20s, I'd have definitely fancied a bit of that. I think if I'd been a professional footballer, I would have been a shocking pro in my salad days. Scottish Linda, it also helps with stomachs as well, you know, things like reflux and so forth. It's got lots of stuff in it that I don't really understand, but in our household we do put quite a bit of weight on honey. That's in the unrefined stuff, not the processed stuff. That just tastes nice. But it's the pure stuff that's got all the healing properties, and it does quite a bit. I had one when I got back to the hotel, one scoop, and then one just before I went lights out. And same again this morning. And I think that's why I'm talking to you now, if I'm honest. Rather than putting on my, what did Chipaz call it yesterday? Might read, perhaps. Was it Big DC? I can't remember now, or it might have been HGC, one or two other, talking in the chat yesterday about Lee Marvin and his number one. And I was having a practice at that when I got back last night because it made me laugh. I'm not going to do it now. I'll start sniggering or wheezing. But yeah, could be done. So if you've tuned in but you're not looking at the screen and you think you've got Simon Lowe, he's Tuesday, he's at Manchester, so you'll get him tomorrow. Less croaky Mark today. Gordon Bennett. see a firework moment that has splashed the chat. Dean Kerbo, good morning to you. First and foremost, Dean, amazing support again from you, my friend. I do wish you'd take membership. That's way less expensive. I mean, the gift is well received and we'll invest it on content, but we could just give you more value as a viewer, as a member. But anyway, absolutely astounding. Hear the squeak in the voice. Fireworks for Dean. Awesome support. And I found the pen that I reported having lost yesterday. It's funny what a rainy show or a showery show does in terms of things you chuck in bags, particularly when you're taking the kit down at the end. It's always at the end phase of things where things get a bit leery. Stuff it in the bag. Right, I jumped out of sequence there because I did want to say thank you in the right place for that. Good morning, HGC. And, oh no, Tony Rivers has given some more spam. You've got more spam, Tony Rivers, than blooming Sainsbury's. And of course, once your Confederates get in on the action, there's just spam for everybody. This is going to be a telescope-free show as well, just so you know. I'm putting that out there. If it's moving, I'm going to nail it today. So back to the chat. Alison Sproul, good morning to you. And if John is in earshot, good morning to John as well. Mohawk, you're probably on the road now, but safe journey to work, mate. I hope you got plenty of decorating done yesterday. Wasn't really a day for doing much outside, was it? Although the evening worked out pretty good in the end, all things considered. Good morning to Carol Ann. How are you doing, Carol Ann? Paul W, good morning to you. How's Tricks? And Nell W, another member of the 5-star mod squad. Good morning to you, Nell. What's it doing in Belgium at the minute? Obviously, with our upcoming Brussels show, I've taken an unhealthy interest in the weather in Belgium at the minute. Well, specifically Brussels, but Belgium generally. Funny, isn't it, how your horizon... It's a bit like Aberdeen. We've got Aberdeen coming up soon as well, and I find myself... I go through this thing where I'm checking the weather all the time, thinking, oh, trying to get a feel for what the prevailing feel is. Pointless, it's just psychologically reassuring. J. Ruda, hello to you. Thumbs up from Mark. Paul W's got a nice day. It's nice here as well. I think as long as you are not going out to work or into town for some shopping, you can get your washing out on the line and be fairly optimistic you're going to come back to some dry washing. Quote me on that later in the show. And Aviation Action Scotland is in the house. Good morning. Yeah, mate, I think Linda's honey is the tipping factor, definitely. Let's have a quick scan over to the BizJets. We did rather well yesterday, didn't we? I don't know how many stuck around overnight. Ooh, we saw that yesterday, I'm pretty sure. So I'm hoping we get a bit of an exodus as these high rollers start to migrate back to Monaco and all the other fandabby-dozy places they live. Derek Porter, good morning to you, Del. And Paul Kaczynski, good morning to you in Livingston. What's the weather doing there? You are west of me. You're the early warning station at the minute. Andy P normally looks after Glasgow for me, although Aviation Action Scotland could do that. AJ's on the tracking for the Delta. Nice one, AJ. So at some point, I'm going to get put to the test by Linda Cooper, aren't I? Because she's at work today, and undoubtedly, it's going to be like a game, not that she's a mole or that she's going to get whacked, but whack-a-mole. Which window will Linda appear at, and is there any prospect of Mark finding it during the same day? Suspend judgment on that one. Yeah, Casey, I caught your news, your really sad news in last night's show. It'll be a bit of a crummy week for you, I suspect, in that sense, mate. But hopefully if we can take your mind off it, at least for a little while, that will help. "20 mile an hour headwind, is that what we've got?" I'm not surprised. You can hear that on mic. Thank you, Ali. Bye. We won't have any crosswind component, I would have thought, at that, but let's have a quick look. Oh, 4 knots of crosswind. So I think, a bit like yesterday, we saw a few that got a little bit wobbly on approach. So we had one go around, but it was not in any way wind related as far as we could tell. Pentland Hills are looking pretty bonny in the background, aren't they? Just like they were yesterday evening. That's one thing I'm really envious of in terms of those who can get here in the evenings during the summer on a more regular basis. In the morning, obviously, the light is coming at you, so you tend to backlit the planes. When it's behind you, God, it's therapeutic. It really is. So, Carl Shield, good morning to Carl Shield. Jimmy Gibson, top of the morning to you, Squire. Right, Nell's weather report for Belgium, back to normal, 20 to 22 degrees. That's my kind of bandwidth, really. But back over 30 degrees in a couple of days. You may have to bring one of those saline drips along, Nell, when you join me for the Friday show. I think it's the Friday show, isn't it? I might, if you're going to conjure up 30-degree temperatures. As live streamers will all recognise, if you spend a lot of time out in the hot weather, you're drinking those liquids, and you're obviously like burning it off in terms of dehydration and all the rest of it, but you are expediting bathroom breaks, which are a real nuisance. Well, certainly in this context. Right, we've got a rather petite and lovely KLM 737 inbound from Amsterdam Schiphol. This one being 15 and a bit years of age. I do wish Flight Radar with the ages would kind of say, like, a bit like they do on planefinder.net or plane whatever it is, like 15 point, that kind of thing. Because sometimes it will give you the chronological year and you're virtually on the next year. You might as well round up. Although for a bloke who turns 60 very soon, I'm kind of trying to round down, I've decided. Going to confound the laws of mathematics and norms of statistics and round down. Definitely in my 50s. Not managed to bag my usual spot today, so I'm in a slightly different position. So I've kind of found I found the place that I thought would suit best, but fine details really matter. So as I move to the left, the ground drops away, which is why I struggled to track that KLM. It just caught me out. You know, when you normally stand in the same place again and again and again, generally you find your footmarks, and it's sort of autopilot, auto mark. Well, Paul Kaczynski is betting on the weather. The washing is out. Loving your optimism, buddy. Loving your optimism. John Kenneth Williams is in the house. Good morning to you, my friend. What's it doing down my neck of the woods? What am I going back to? DB Bassman is in the show. Good morning. At West End Skoda for MOT. Yeah, fingers crossed for you, DB. Hoping all is good.
I'm not going to be in your way here, am I?
I'll soon tell you. I've got a water cannon. Morning, Dawn. I've got one of those super soakers in the bag. No, I think I'm going to be okay. Thanks for asking.
That's all right.
AJ, don't you be calling Linda Wally. You'll have to account for it. Got runway inspection in tandem. Let's have a look. What have we got? As long as she's got that high-vis bib on. I know it's an obvious thing to say, and I've never thought about it before, but they really do work. I can remember too many years ago, back in my days down the pit, when they introduced high-vis bibs underground, because they weren't 10 a penny when I started back in 81, but never used to want to wear them, and yet they they do work. Oh, sometimes the obvious stuff is right under your nose. So anyway, that's going to help me vector in a lot on Linda. We probably should have got some kind of gizmo on screen that sort of counts down to how long it takes Mark to find her. I do have a timer clock on this. Right, Ryanair inbound from Malaga, folks. And when I say inbound, I mean imminently inbound. Yeah, we're good, Dawn.
Cool.
So, Big Delta in next. Let's just get on it. Still a long way out. Let's see if we can get a bit nearer. We can get a bit nearer. Let's get a bit nearer still. So, I would say that is probably still over the coast. Let's have a look. Just crossing the coast, according to flight radar. So it's not going to be the cleanest shot, but so where were we? Scottish Aviation spotter. Air Canada just about to be on finals, and also Qatar on radar. Thank you, buddy. Let's take that off now. I think we're getting closer. We've got United Airlines. I think that's British Airways. You can see as a little speck in the back of the shot. United Airlines are also inbound, as we've seen. Well, I've seen New York Newark arrive just before we went live. That must mean it is the inbound Chicago flight, so that is 3 out. Good morning to Thomas and Jonathan McD. How are you both going? Deborah Speller is in the house. I was going to send a search party. Crikey, the wind's whipping me a bit now. Down to Shropshire. You're normally one of the first in the house, but you're never late, Deborah. Hope Monday's got off to a smooth start. So Air Canada, why did I think that was going to be the Delta? Delta on the brain. I even remembered to check and change the emoji for the Air Canada. And of course we kind of got lucky with that one, so whereas I didn't quite get the New York Newark for you, the 757 arrival, obviously this Air Canada running late has fallen into our lap. Yeah, Keith Winnell echoing AJ's comment. Big hugs, buddy, big hugs. So, what is going out? Let's have a look. Let's get organised. That doesn't seem likely that... yeah, it does seem likely I've missed it. Ryanair to Malaga, isn't it? Carl Shield, I've just seen your post as well, mate. Heart goes out to you. My dad had a pretty serious brush with death quite recently. Happily, he is recovering, but shocks you to the absolute core. Anyway, mate, much love and care to you. Oh, it's a Malta Air one. One of my favourites. Of course, we saw a bit of this yesterday as well. At least arriving late, Air Canada can come straight in. Yesterday, they were put in, oops, craps, I'm sure they were in waiting perda when I got here to set up. Them and American Airlines both queued up down the bottom, waiting for a gate. Right, so that telescope moment could be pending, so let's nail that. So this should, if I've clicked on the right icon, can't tell with the light, British Airways I'm thinking, possibly. Doesn't look British Airways. Yes it does. I can't tell. I can see more of me on the screen. It's not British Airways, is it? It is. Honestly, I can see more of me than I can of the plane. So United are next in. So this baby due out at 10 o'clock, I believe, according to flight radar. So if you've got any errands to do, dogs to be walked or some such, there's a nice little window to do that and be back for the Air Canada departure, if of course Air Canada is your thing. So one of two Dreamliners in the show, I think. It is Qatar Airways are due out with their Dreamliner 8. They're running a bit late by the look of it, so we've got that. Of course, we have a brace of 330s in today's show, which is not something we normally have on a Sunday. So Delta Airlines with their Atlanta flight, which is not far away either, I think. It was running about an hour late when I last checked in, when I was swigging my tea. Good morning, Alan T, down in Leicestershire. Top of the morning to you. Thank you, HTC. Kind words indeed. Yeah, Jonathan McD, I've got to give Linda Cooper max credit on that one. Her emergency supply drop of honey, almost like an international rescue thing really, seems to have given me that extra 20% gain, I think. Whether it lasts, we'll see. But it feels better. It was getting quite tricky yesterday because you can hear the words you want to say, but you can't be certain they're going to come out your mouth. So as always, kind people, please do drop us a like if you're enjoying the show. Helps us a lot with YouTube, otherwise I'll just put the undecided anywhere else, which obviously doesn't help us very much. If you're a first time viewer, I'm Mark, my pleasure to meet you. Thank you for giving us a spin. Say hi in the chat, please do, because it will be lovely to say hello to some new names and all that. Yeah, I've done it. Thank you, Alibi58. Thanks for checking in with me. I would have absolutely slaughtered myself. Don't know, I got that. The legend that is Dean, and thanks for that. Honestly, it's I think every YouTuber's nightmare to miss any. So I'm getting all wheezy with the trauma of imagining it. Missing anybody's donation or milestone moment, actually. I mean, the people thing's a big part of what we do. This ain't a business when all's said and done. It's a mutual entertainment kind of thing, really. And yeah, missing's a sin. Chip House is in the house. Chip House, did you get the Air Canada? I think they must have got your email, cause they sent that one. Hope that's okay. Been a bit late. See you later, Carl Shield. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Nell W. I think those emojis, or not the emojis, but the tail fins, for me, I've miscalled them a couple of times at distance. They're both very corporate, aren't they? And I don't dislike the Air Canada one. I could say I like it, but it's not one I would walk across hot coals for. I do prefer it in minty blue, duck egg blue perhaps. So, oh yes, you're right, Chippers. We've got WestJet. How can I forget that? They're on the thumbnail. Right, another ATR. I'm not quite sure from where. We'll have a look in a minute. I would intuit Belfast. I'm sure the last one we looked at was Dublin, but who knows? think United are another airline that are due a livery refresh. I don't know what folks think on that one. Rab H is in the show. Good morning, Rab. I did wonder if you'd be out on the bike today. Although, oh, there's the Qatar. Keep panning, don't stop. Dreamliner 8. Qatar execs, if you were listening, I'd like you to send the 350 for the morning one, if you wouldn't mind. So yeah, Rab, I did wonder whether you'd be tempted. I'm not quite sure what the forecast is doing for you today, but I'm grateful you're here. Thank you for your support, buddy. As you say, perfect timing. You're going to have to tell me how you do that, because my timing's generally woeful. Showered as well, and wheat mixed up. See, that's what I have missed today. So it was porridge in the pot for me today, which is kind of subsistence rations for a devout Weetabix eater. Does what it says on the tin though. Right. So where were we? The ATR that arrived was a Dublin one, so it wasn't Belfast. Ryanair next in from Sofia over in Bulgaria. Yvonne V, good morning to you. Top of the morning, lovely to see you. And I've just spotted your milestone moment. 16 months, a member of our channel, our community, and what a great friend you are too. Hope you're having a good Monday. We'll get the fireworks on in a minute. We're back on fireworks today, only running the one camera, so bring things back to what they were. See, those winds are just giving it a little wibble. What, we're going to rest there. Let's do Yvonne's fireworks. Thank you, Yvonne. 16 month, eh? Where does that time go? Mind you, I thought that yesterday when we rodded up the stream after the arrival of the Emirates 350. I thought, what a day. But where did the time go? This is probably why it's a good thing I don't live near to Edinburgh Airport, because I'd probably be down here most days. Top of the morning to Martin Reed. How you doing, Martin? And John R, hello to you. Hope Monday is off to a rock and roll start. How bad are the winds? They're not bad, John. They are just windy, and the wind is supposed to get up to the gusts at around 40, 43 mid-morning through to when we go off air. So at the moment, the crosswind element is relatively notional. But let's see. Could get a bit interesting as well if we get any showers. Wow, that is the earliest I've seen one of those get up from this perspective. I'm thinking that is not a heavy aircraft. Well, it's heavy, but you know what I mean. Got that full forecourt. Got a Finnair A321. Looks a bit of an interloper there, doesn't it? Same with the KLM 737-700 on the right-hand side of the shot. Yeah, Rob, I hear you, man. The miles you put in as well, I kind of think, because let's face it, out on the roads ain't easy. Me and Mrs. PSA are total wusses, really. Tend to favour when we go out on the bikes, we take the routes that have limited gradients and light or no traffic as far as you can. I'll tell you what, AJ, there's not much that tea doesn't fix, although I don't really care for it black. Just a small dash of milk. I mean, milky tea is just revolting. I don't like tea lattes. You just kind of nearly want to be able to stand a spoon up in it. Not quite creosote strength, but top end of builders. Good morning, Trev Lyon. How you doing? A very good morning as well to Mike Wild. You're certainly feeling wilder here, not just because Mike's joined us in the chat, but that wind is just picking up. It's always interesting. I look around my kit to just be certain none of it's going to go flying. You know, things that you might need later, like your jacket and stuff like that, with your car keys in. Where to go? Where to go? I think we'll go to my favourite. Let's declare an interest. Standing shot. Got to be American Airlines. Got to be American Airlines. So John R is from Reno, Nevada. Oh, you'll be knowing something about serious temperatures. Never been to Nevada. Anyway, it's great to have you with us, John. It really is. It's voice back for the moment, I think, Rab. It's been a promising start so far. That emergency honey has done the business. Whether it lasts out till noon, I was saying at the early phase of the show, if I get too croaky, I'll tough it out, so to speak, to make sure we've got the WestJet Dreamliner and the Delta 330 in and out, and then call it a slightly earlier finish. But at the minute, so far so good. DB, I'm going to fess up, mate. I didn't have the beer last night. I'm going to roll that one forward to when I go Brussels. So I will raise a glass to you then, buddy. So by the time I got back to the hotel, give you a kind of running order. Myself and Aviation Action Scotland had a catch up at the end of the show. By the time I packed up, gone to the BP station to grab something to eat, checked in, put everything on charge. Ooh, planes and trains. Oh, we're done. Hopped in the shower, hopped out, brushed my teeth, flunked down on the bed. At least I set the alarm. Otherwise, I'd probably be still there now. So no, I am going to raise a glass to you when I'm in Brussels as part of my research into who makes the best lager. Taking it on the road in 2025. That's what we said, weren't it, Nell? I've got to see who makes the best fries, best beer, best waffles. Nell assures me it's a slam dunk. It's all in Belgium. But you know me, I do need to be convinced from time to time. So, plane you're looking at, EasyJet to Gatwick, an A320, 11 and a quarter years old. Good morning, Alan McLeod. Welcome to the show, Alan. I don't think I've said hi before, but I'm Mark anyway for the avoidance of doubt. Miss Wolves is in the house. Good morning to Lorraine. How's life treating you, Lorraine? Hope all is good. Only 80s to 90s in Nevada, says John. Oh dear. See how that's wobbling the image? The lens is taking a buffeting. Tell you what, they're all making that headwind count, aren't they? Putting those aerodynamics to work. Definitely. Right, water break. So let's have a look. Thank you, AJ. The Delta, 33 minutes out, 31 now, because I'm 2 minutes behind in the chat. 2 minutes behind, that doesn't sound right, does it? 22 minutes. Oh well. So, John R., this airport, I might have the wrong end of the stick, but Scotland. Edinburgh being Scotland's capital city, and this being the 6th busiest airport in the UK, but Scotland's busiest by a country mile, handling last year, I believe it was a record, 15 and a bit million passengers over the 12 months. You know what, when I was at Newcastle on Friday, we found ourselves filming tractors. I'm at Edinburgh and there's a tractor for you. As long as I don't find that on the A1 on the way home, I'm going to be pretty happy. What's going on there? Somebody's bacon butties they've combusted. Or there is a serious cigarette habit. What that's all about. I suppose it's a good day for a bonfire if the smoke is going in the right direction. Not brilliant if it's taking it straight onto your neighbour's washing. Sorry, that's made me a bit wheezy in a chortle. I thought you'd come down firm on that one, Nell. You know me, I like to take a research-based approach to awarding things out, so I'm gonna have to put it to the test. It'll be research sponsored by DB Bassman. Finnair are on the move. I think I picked up somewhere they've got some kind of industrial relations issue at the minute with the pilots at Finnair. Not sure what's driving that or whether it's sorted. I could be behind the curve. Tony Rivers, pint of tea. Yeah, those of us who like their tea know that it has to be consumed in polite quantities. It's why I always get up earlier than Mrs. PSA, so I can work my way through the teapot without having to share any of it, which suits her because she likes plenty of tea as well. And even though we've got a decent sized teapot, there are kind of constraint limits. Actually, let's take you to the right. We're going to see a lot of EasyJets. We are only going to see one Finnair A321 during the course of the show. The tractor's coming our way. See if I can get a wave. I don't think I can zoom out enough. See if I get a wave. Oh, he's weed control. I hope I'm not going to be ingesting that. I'm going to stop talking. Although it might work for croaky throats. Just using up the last of the DDT that they found in a shed. Sorry about that little bit of indecision. So that Ryanair arrival was inbound from Porto. Good morning, Catherine Malin. Hello to you. Welcome to the show. Linda Cantes is in the house. I'm on the up curve now. I was saying earlier in the show, Linda Cooper's honey seems to have made the difference. I don't want to get too gung-ho about that though, because I could easily return to being croaky. But now I've got some of that weed killer that they were spraying out there. I reckon that'll probably tip the balance as well. The great sky here at Edinburgh. It's like an episode of The Simpsons. In spots, I can't find the spot that I meant now, but lots of white stuff. All nice and high. There's a Heineken 330. course, 2 of those in the show. So our Delta bearing down on us. Good morning, Jeff Smith. How are you doing? Linda's got her buds in, walking Robin to nursery. You should really put the buds in Robin's ears so I can say good morning to her. But anyway, good morning, young Robin. Have a cracking time at nursery. So next in, an EasyJet A320 from Basel. Basel! There you go. I'm definitely on the mend, because I couldn't have done that yesterday. Right, so let's see what's happening at the other end. We've got an ATR just lining up. Not there, but there. Off to Dublin. Everyone's off to Dublin. 14 minutes on the out for the Delta 330, said Rab at 8:48, so 11 minutes and counting down. Thank you as well, Trev, for the boost on likes. Please do drop us a like, folks. It makes such a difference. Without likes, you kind of toast on YouTube. Not the nice kind of toast with scrambled egg on it. So we do have somebody else on longish finals. Excuse me, folks. Since that bloke with his spray canister came round, it's... Oh, we've got an Aegean in the show, and I haven't got the Aegean emoji in the emoji deck. Don't kill me, folks. Don't know what I was thinking. Good morning, Emma Garvey. Top of the morning to you, Emma. Hope you're keeping well. So, like counter, DB Bassman is seeing 108. I don't know how many likes I've got. Let's have a look. 115. Oh, thank you very much, folks. So the 100 is up. We'll do a quick celebratory peal for the century. Of course, checking on my likes has taken me out of the chart. What a muppet. don't know what it is, Yvonne V, and everybody else that has chat like count kind of discrepancies and issues. I know we all watch on different devices, but I kind of feel it's something that YouTube ain't really across. They keep adding on lots of what I call peripheral tweaky bits, but I think they need to spend a bit more of their 30% smoothing the everyday experience out. They've got something now that they let creators have called chat summaries. So that presumably if you join the show late, you get a summary of the chat. How does that work on a 5-hour live stream? And it's going to be an AI summarised one, so it's probably going to be absolute knackers. It's like the other thing that they introduced that I don't think anyone uses, were these hearts that pop out in a stream. Make that pop. I can't do it. I ain't got enough throat for it. First of our 2 JetBlue flights. Feeling, is this Boston? I think it is Boston, but I'll check. They've not sent us mint leaves today, which kind of breaks my sequence. So Les Donaldson is in the house. Good morning to you, Les Meister. So that was New York, in fact, not Boston. Oh, Delta 337 out, says AJ 4 minutes ago. 3 minutes for us. I can see a light twinkling. It can't possibly be that, can it? Where is the morning going? I've got a feeling it is. No, it's not. EasyJet from Birmingham next in with a 12-year-old A320. Yeah, Chip has. I guessed. I'd have got it wrong. Don't phone me up if you need a phone a friend moment and it just needs a guest answer, because ain't gonna happen. It's just not going to work out. So, Air Canada look-alike, otherwise known as a Delta 67, on its way out to Atlanta. Obviously, someone's going to chuck a towel on that gate so the inbound 330 can park up in that spot. Right, EasyJet time. Out my way, out my way. That's what we need. I want a forecourt of pure transatlantic tail fins. I like those kind of shots. Hey, my cap nearly peeled off my head. The only thing that kept it on was the headphones. Let's see what Meta are saying at the minute. So at the moment, let's just refresh that because I think that's obsolete data. It was showing 10 knots of wind, now 13 knots. So it's picked up 3 knots in the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Right, what can I see on yon horizon? An ATR, I think. See what flight radar says. Indeed so. We have an ATR 72 inbound from Dublin, operated by Emerald Airlines, of course, for Aer Lingus. John Mackenzie, see you next time, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great evening. So, EasyJet is going to be the next in. Inbound from Belfast. Seems to have gone a bit dark all of a sudden. Can't see any obvious rain clouds over my head. British Airways also on the move. Double deltas, says Les. Double delta arrivals and a Delta departure. Can we get a Delta hat trick? I think the coat's going to have to go on. How bizarre. So the first of our Deltas in our cheerful sequence is that A330 from Atlanta. I'm going to film that as a separate clip, folks, put that out later, and I'll just obviously keep it zipped whilst it's on final approach, so I've not nipped off for a coffee or something, fear not. Ooh, I can see it now as well, so let's take some of the graphics off. Good morning to John McCabe. How you doing, John? And in fact, good morning to anybody else that's in the show. If you're not in the chat, please come and join us. It's entirely free to subscribe, and then after about 2 minutes, it kind of admits you. Be nice to say hi, but if you don't know who's doing the talking, I'm Mark. Just had to retrieve one of my bags, it blew over down the hill. That wind is still getting stronger. Right, let's get tasking. Remember, members, you do have an A330 emoji for today's show. Well, that is target plane number 1 in the bag. The biggest reason why we are doing a Monday show. Not that we need a lot of excuse to get back to Edinburgh. So let's just see what's happened to the chat, because it's it's all spammed up with Delta. Loads of plane of the day emojis, certainly Rab H, Les Donaldson giving it plane of the day, Natalie Alice, Mark II for that matter. It kind of makes up for the fact that yesterday was a Pegasus free show, and so's today. Right, so you've seen the future, well, it's the present really as much as the future. You're looking at what's increasingly going to be the past in terms of passenger aviation. Delta 767 on its way. it's a windy day, but you can feel the difference that the aircraft makes as it comes powering past you, punching a hole through the air. You get all that displaced wake. Definitely picks up. Right, let's see what's happening next. It's the hat-trick ball, and the hat-trick ball for Delta is the New York 767. Great stuff. I'll tell you what, does anyone know why Atlanta is such a popular, well, for us, we've got 2 Atlanta connections. Is it, exposing my ignorance of American hub airports, is Atlanta a big Delta hub, and that is all part of the hubbing of things? I'm kind of thinking, oh, do you know what? 2 Atlanta connections in the same day? Like, I'm too busy chortling and conjecturing. I guess what I'm trying to say, is it hub traffic or point-to-point traffic? So we should, if my voice holds out, which seems to be working mostly okay, seems a high probability, we do get to see this one go. So that'll be great as it passes the second of the 330s in the show, right hand side of the screen. You can just see the Hainan Airlines fading out of shot now, A330, which is due off to Beijing at noon. Should be the final plane of the show, but we do have Brussels Airlines back in the show today. It's not going to be Air Baltic, so the spotty emoji is back, and if they are running slightly later, I will extend for that. Not missing Brussels, but they are due in at 10 to 12, so if everybody's on their A game, we should get away on time. Nearly Pegasus free, Tony. Nearly. I keep chickening out from taking that emoji out of the suite. I fear that I'll be in a whole world of pain. So Scottish Linda is gonna get that Delta with her in 2 minutes. It's amazing, isn't it? We're all looking at the same stuff on different timelines. Oh, Bennett, just have a quick check on the METAR, see what's happening here, keep you up to date. 15 knots currently, that says. That felt stronger. Let's have a look. Crosswind component has picked up to 5 knots now as well, which is interesting. Everything just seems to be dialing up. And if I go to the less trustworthy, but what I've got, I think the Met Office said, what did they say? The winds will peak at around 2 o'clock this afternoon at 45 miles per hour. Should be at 43 in terms of gusts by the time we go off air, so definitely the right day for your washing. Ian Finley is in the house. Good morning to you. All right, so main airport territory. Thanks, Ian and Chipaz. It's a great thing, isn't it? I hope that really picks up in terms of footfall. It would be nice though, I have to say, if a bit more of the long haul stuff could start to break for Glasgow. This Edelweiss, I'm almost certain it is. My livery of the day, every day. A 320 from Zurich. I was happy anyway. I'm happier for that, seeing that. Trev Lyon adding in as well. Atlanta, their main refueling hub. You guys know a lot. Excuse me. Bit of splutter there. I don't know what ingested off the wind. Small fly or something. Whee! Crikey. So that was the tripod getting moved by the wind. That was a good one as well. Thank you, Natalie Alice. I am definitely on the comeback trail. Have a great day at work. Hopefully you are not working silly long hours today. There you go, Tony. This is it. I knew what had happened, so I've got to leave it in. I'm a hostage. I'm a hostage to my community. Ah, dear. I'm beginning to know what Mothman feels like. I don't think Mothman's that big on... Pegasus. Sorry, I was slightly distracted there. Just checking the wind hadn't moved things around too much. Good morning, Gary Fleming. Top of the morning. On the way back, mate. On the way back. Mrs. PSA will be delighted that a talkative Mark is returning from the trip. I am generally a bit of a noisy critter at home, except when my voice ain't working. So as Edelweiss makes its way up that gentle gradient, hopefully get a park somewhere that I can gaze lovingly in that direction. Right, I'm afraid I'm going to have to break my gaze because business returns. Yeah, that got a good dose of headwind there. Bye-zy bye. Right, next plane in is, it's Iberia Express, inbound from Madrid, having departed 2 hours 30 minutes ago. That will be your next inbound action. Yeah, it's finding it a little bit windy there too. It was 5 knots of crosswind action, but I think the fluctuating strength makes puts an extra wrinkle in the blanket. Or sheet, should I say. We might be heading towards a shower. I'm just going to make some adjustments here, looking over the far horizon. Anybody to the west of me in the show? Paul Kaczynski, I don't know if you are still here. Scottish Linda, Aviation Action Scotland. Anyone got any rain? I'm with you, Rab. I think if you put Pegasus livery on an A350, it would be like, I don't know, spray paint vandalism of this livery that's on shot at the minute. It would just be a travesty. Rab's got dark clouds as well. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to start thinking a little bit laterally for once. So apologies, there's going to be a bit of rustling, but I'm going to get organised before it comes. Or a bit more organised. Hang on, has Linda Cooper got the kettle on? It's boiled. Linda, go and sort your kettle out. I'm just looking at the Viva España emoji. That looks pretty good. I want a black background though, of course, so it probably looks a bit more sharp here. If you're in Newcastle, says Chipaz, bound to be, I'm heading back. Yeah, they definitely look moody skies. Looks better over the Pentlands, doesn't it? So, next inbound is gonna be a EasyJet inbound from Derry, an A320. Don't normally get a Derry flight, do we, in the Sunday show? So the skies that are interesting me, have I got enough cable? More of that stuff really. Doesn't look that promising. So I see another heavy crossing the coast. That is a WestJet. It's inbound from Calgary, and it is today's thumbnail, the 7879 Dreamliner. That is your next inbound. Today's plane, 3 years of age. Just about got a visual on it now. Tell you what, I'm just going to put the camera at the other end while I make some adjustments. I'm going to film this one as a separate clip as well. So our inbound Dreamliner, just over 1,000 feet at the minute, departed Calgary several hours ago. Esmeralda 70, hi to you. Graham Baird, hi to you. Fly PGS. That's got to be a burner one. Back to that one in a minute. Soon stop that baby. So that's target plane and number 2 in the bag. Right, I'm going to continue hunkering down. In fact, so where was I anyway before? So the Flying Pigs, I think that's a burner account. Can't believe it. Or it's something different. It's very welcome anyway, so. What can I say? Where's Dave Pigo up at the minute? Where's Hammy at the minute? Have I seen Hammy in the show? I think I may have done. Chat's just jumped on. Tony Rivers is another suspect, but he's already in the show. So Graham Baird has got no rain in Bathgate, but dark clouds. It's darkening all the time. It's gonna come. Alibi. Are you singing that? Alibi. Yeah, it does look better over your side. It definitely does. Right, there's a new name for me. Barnaby Gomez, hello to you. Bom dia in Brasilia. Ah, I just... Oh, jeez. Ah! What did I say at the start of the show? No telescopes, and I've been suckered. Bloody hell. I've been suckered. It's a distraction burglary. Daylight robbery. I've telescoped for no good reason. Oh man. Keith Cornell, let's have your fireworks. Let's cheer me up. Thank you for your fantastic support, Casey, over 20 months. Now my cough's come back. Ah, Rab H, you've set it off, have you? Oh, it has made me laugh. I was so gung-ho this morning. No telescopes. There will be no telescopes. Not going to happen. It's blinking happened. You're right, Alibi. They better have left a like. Can't believe it. I dedicate that telescope to the Flying Pigs. Oh, Les, Scottish Linda, Rab H, Tony Rivers. You could have been polite and tactful about it. Yeah, I'm not falling for that again. I see a new tactic in play now. Right, we've got a British Airways departure pending, so I better keep an eye on that. It's a bit like cricket. When you lose one wicket, the second one ain't far away. So you've just joined the show. Good morning and welcome to Edinburgh and the mayhem that generally follows me around when I'm live streaming. I'm Mark, if you didn't know that. And you are just looking at the WestJet Dreamliner 9 inbound from Calgary. The second part of why we're here today, having already got the arrival of the Delta 330, which is of course due out shortly. Right, I'm just going to point us the right way while I continue thinking about weatherproofing. Sun is out. I'm not panicking anymore. All I see is blue skies. Trouble is, they're not where the camera's pointing, and that's where the weather's coming from. Oh dear. Flying Dutchman is on its way out. That 737-700. Ooh, let's just rotate because the Dreamliner is giving a nice shot, nice profile. Yeah, Les Donaldson, I seem to have a bit of a thing, don't I, with Aer Lingus and props, although I'm thinking it's props because I did go through a bit of a shoddy sequence with Loganair as well. Although they weren't all props with Loganair, I think. It must be low-slung planes. I need large print everything. Probably need to just stream from an airport that's got truckloads of heavies like Heathrow. I need everything in large print. I tell you what, KLM are doing some Schiphol-style taxiing. Pedal to the metal. can almost hear the squeal of tyres. Hard left, hard left. Left and left again. Straight ahead, follow your nose, you can't miss it. Our first turn and burn of the show. This is going to get up smartly as well, I think. The wind is strengthening as I speak. Right, I'm just going to put a bag on the camera. I just felt a bit of something there. You know I like to tempt fate, but not too much. So what's going to happen, you're going to hear a lot of rustling. You might not see... Ooh, I've not put me... Crikey, I've been in Cavalier mode this morning. There's a couple of bits I need to fit. If I got that behind the scenes camera going today, you'd be wetting your pants laughing at the consternation on my face. So, let's get the bag on next. Let's see if I can make this as painless as possible, because it's going to slam it, I think. Make sure I can cover all the important stuff. We should be golden. Right, that's the camera under control. What else do I need? Right, I think I'm as ready as I need to be for the minute, and we've got one on the rolls, so let's get back in the game. Thank you for bearing with me, everybody. So, oh come on Gary Fleming, I know I'm a bit behind on the chat, but don't kick a man when he's down with those telescopes. As Tony says, one job, or two half jobs, depending on which way you want to think about it. Thank you, Linda Cantis, that's made me smile. I've moved my way from the shame of a telescope. You're just so kind. You're going to have to come and say hi to us when we do Aberdeen, if you're at a loose end and near the airport. It'd be lovely to put name to a face. Ooh, fat spots of rain, I felt that. Or a bird's pooped on me. I've forgotten Gary Fleming. I really have. I did have the count. It must be about 15 now. It's a ridiculous number. It's like an England batting collapse. I'll have to do a count back and get an accurate figure, but I can't think it'd be less than 15. We're halfway through the year, aren't we, pretty much? My half-term report card is kind of looking like one of my school days ones. Must do better. A lot better. Siobhan Everett, hello to you. 163 likes, says Les. Lovely stuff, folks. Please do drop us a like, though, if you've just dropped in, because while we're live, it gives us more chance of being promoted with the honchos at YouTube. Either which way, thank you for sparing some of your day. Heathrow Joe, how are you keeping, Heathrow Joe? Oh no. The Flying Pig says the newspaper is here. I'm going to find a way of blocking this particular account. It's the cause of telescopes. Tell you what, it's got thinned out a bit here at Almond Bank now. There are loads of people here, and now it's whittled down. Looking at Rab's comment about newspapers, I don't know, I'm kind of in the same space, but also I found that probably a habit they got into during lockdown when there wasn't so much other stuff happening, that I kind of felt it's the same story just being rehashed all the time. So I kind of get by with two now. I tend to buy it on a Friday and a Monday, usually on the Monday just for the sport catch up. And you're right, Scottish Linda, yesterday's news. Trouble with the online stuff, there's an awful lot of spammy crud out there. Plus the fact if you click on a story of interest, you get loads of similar stories of interest. Checking out that runway inspection and bird patrol. I think he's not inspecting at that speed, is it? That's just bird patrol. What's the windsock doing? The wind just seems to have switched off here. Yet the sock says not. Look at that, straining at the leash. Keeping good, Heathrow Joe. Keeping good, buddy. Hope you're doing all right. Blue skies in Falkirk, says Les. Well, I can see some of that blue sky. I think, yeah, it's a long way from here. I don't think it's going to vector its way my way. I think we're odds on for a downpour of some sort. Hopefully a short one, because they've not given rain proper as a possibility, just showers. The wind is now more on my back as well, which is interesting. So the wind sock is straight down the runway, as we would expect with a westerly. I'm getting quite a bit now blowing on the old shoulder blades. That could be interesting. Yes, my Flying Pigs friend, the second like does go a long way, I have to say. That does make Mark smile. Thank you, Trev, for the nudge on likes as well. Really does make the world go round on YouTube. Charlie Newlands, good morning to you. I'm on the comeback trail. I was saying earlier in the show, credit to Linda Cooper, that honey that she brought my way yesterday seems to have made the difference. I won't be sussing, I'm going to be doing a proper proper autopsy flying pigs as to who's who on that one. We will track you down. I'm too distracted at the minute. Too distracted. We have planes though, so that's good. Let's get back to that. Our first showing in today's broadcast for Welling, inbound from Barcelona, an A320, 11 years of age. I was thinking about Barcelona the other day actually. We streamed obviously from there last October, and notwithstanding my missing luggage, it was a really good place to stream from. Although I don't think in the heat of summer it would be quite so wise. I think you get a lot of haze. Viva España indeed, Rab H and Scottish Linda. I did, Chipaz. Did you not see that bit? You'd be able, if you catch it on watch back, catch up. I'm mixing my metaphors up. Yeah, I had the Pegasus t-shirt on yesterday, and we had the behind the scenes cam on. I couldn't wait for the evening show. It had got a bit too wet and it had gone all crinkly. I figured my face was enough crinkles for you good people to have to look at without adding a crinkled t-shirt. Looked like I didn't own an iron. Ooh, welcome back to possibly the longest username ever, a tribute. It is, isn't it? I'm turning Japanese. I'm not going to try and sing that. I just feel my voice might want a bit of management now. Too much mirth. Right, back to the good stuff. JetBlue inbound from Boston, having departed 5 hours 41 minutes ago, as we get from JetBlue an A321neo, just about a year and a half old. Oh, welcome back to that other impossibly good YouTube handle, Suave Effervescent. How are you doing? We've got some cracking YouTube identities in the show today. So we've already had the JetBlue in from New York. The Boston flight completes the set. Will they park next to each other? Let's find out. Those blue skies that Les was talking about, they are reaching this way. I think the rain risk, certainly here, is going to be much reduced in the next 10 minutes. I've got a feeling, Alibi, you might be getting a bit more. I can't tell. It looks nice the other side of the Pentland. Certainly feels a more traditional British summertime kind of day. So next inbound, which we'll go to momentarily, is an EasyJet from London Gatwick, a 15-year-old, closing in on its 16th birthday, A320-200. See, that Ferris wheel is in the process of being dismantled. It's probably not the day for it, but perhaps they got more bookings for this weekend. Who knows? So it's definitely not going to be parking up next to its sister aircraft. Where's it off? Right, we've got an EasyJet on the roll. Oh, I see something nice in the chat and very generous. Possibly the longest username ever, a tribute, has very kindly gifted a membership to Plain Sailing Aviation, which has landed with Ewan Campbell. I don't think I've seen Ewan in the show, but Ewan, if you are, please do say thank you to possibly the longest username ever. Fantastic support, my friend. So let's do your fireworks. These are for you. So nearly a telescope. So nearly. Ooh. It's that prop thing again. Close that was. Close. But no cigar. Good morning to Barry Price as well. Top of the morning to you, Barry. I think that's me all caught up. We do have a British Airways Embraer 190 inbound currently, crossing the coast. So that's going to be your next action. EasyJet departing in the meantime. The wind whipping up again. So, next out the blocks, one of those Aer Lingus ATR 72s that we are so spoilt by. Next inbound is a Ryanair from London Stansted. Sun is out. What else do I need to tell you? What's the wind doing? It says on METAR 18 knots currently. Oh, where's my plane gone? It's moving. I was enjoying the sun too much there. Plenty of lift. Charlie Newlands, Air Canada, came in late. Should be out around 10 o'clock-ish. I think Flight Radar had that provisionally assigned as the likely new departure time. I suspect, as it is 10 o'clock already, we're probably not there yet. I can't see Flight Radar at the minute, so... So let's go and have a look at the inbound Ryanair from Stansted. pretty full front of house. Quite surprised to find Edelweiss so handily positioned. Let's have a look at that for a bit. British Airways shortly to depart. Next inbound is going to be a Turkish Airlines A321, sadly regular livery. We did pick up the Star Alliance yesterday. Oh, Linda's in the house. Linda Cooper, big tribute to you. That honey seems to have tipped the balance, so thank you for that. And thanks for the heads up. Air Canada is boarding away. Hope you're not too tired. So what we got? We've got the Turkish inbound, this Ryanair Stansted arrival, taxiing past us, Air Canada boarding away, as we know from our person on the inside. All happening really. Pretty sure we're supposed to see a United departure. I think the New York-Newark flight, the first one of the day outwards, was due out at 9:40. So we're obviously past that point now. Good golly. Scottish Linda, you're spoiling us too much. You've been kind to us already this weekend. 20 gifted memberships. A gargantuan number. Thank you so much. Above and beyond. Above and beyond. Let's do your fireworks. Don't know what to say, Linda. If I go warbly, it's all down to you. Thank you so much. In fact, I have a celebratory swig of water. Telescope alert as well. And I can't believe it. You lot are as mad as I am. It looks like I'm celebrating the ascension to the PSA crew lounge. Sorry, I'm going to be all over the place now. By the Flying Pigs. Or Flying PGS. Or Flying Pegasus. Depending on who. Oh, man alive. I'll have to bottom out for certain who I'm thanking for that. It's got all the hallmarks of Tony Rivers, I think, as it stands, but whoever you are, I will find out who you are. So, come on. Flight PGS. Welcome into the comfy confines, can't get my words out, of the PSA crew lounge. I'm laughing that much. I've written PSG as in Paris PSG. Completely lost the plot. Let's get the fireworks on. Oh dear. So, Linda Cooper, the honey did work until about 2 minutes ago. Right, getting my composure as best I can. We do have an EasyJet from London Luton shortly to join the party. Tell you what folks, the sun is out proper now. All that blue sky that Les Donaldson was talking about, it's turned up here. Well, plenty of cloud, but loads of blue. Coat could be coming off, the guns could be coming out. So, I'm not going to try and name check those 20 gifteds, it might set me spluttering a bit. But welcome aboard one and all, thanks to the amazing generosity of Scottish Linda. So what's happening, folks? I'll tell you what's happening. We've got a bit of style back in the show now. No, not me, but the WestJet 737 MAX 8 that is inbound from Toronto. Suave Effervescence, still hearing an echo? I can't hear an echo. Anybody else got an echo? Oh my lord. Oh no. Well, there you go. What a Horlicks that was. Ooh, I can't look at the chart. I can't look at the chart. Aviation Action Scotland, thank you so much for your kind Ko-fi donation, and I'm going to get a coffee, although I probably should go for something much stronger to dull the pain of telescoping a WestJet. Inexplicable. Anyway, here's your fireworks, Gary, thank you so much. I think I'm going to restyle the show Fred Carno's Circus. Ooh, I like the look of that trains moment. Got the back end of it. And the front end of this EasyJet. Let's get back in the chat and take my medicine. Linda Jane Love, good morning to you. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. It makes it worthwhile. You know, everything we take money-wise only goes on content. This ain't no side hustle or job for me or anything. It's entirely hobby. So the fact that we can share as much fun as we can is just fantastic. Aegean has pushed and turned and is there. Right, somebody on finals, I better get a bit more attentive, hadn't I? Logan Air inbound from Southampton with a ERJ 145. Lauren Kelly, hello to you, welcome to the show. And Anthony Fitzmaurice. Streaming till around midday, Anthony, give or take 10 minutes. It's going to be a smart finish because it's the third stream on the trot, and I'm very mindful of the commitment that comes from our moderators to supporting me with this. So this should be the final plane, due out at 12. I don't know what its punctuality record is like. Oh, Scottish Linda set off that telescope wave. Rab's got no echo, I've got no echo. I had that yesterday a couple of times because of the second camera, and I hadn't got the sound settings correct. So effectively both cameras were hearing each other. Rookie error, not used to streaming with two. Of course today it's a single camera show because I couldn't get enough charge into the second camera, because obviously hotel rooms never seem to have enough sockets, do they? Certainly not for live streamers. Their target market. Oh, here it is. Who else is slamming me anyway? Rab H has stringently piled the telescopes on. Alibi has been kinder to me. Tony Rivers, good stuff. So Suave Fluorescent says, only happens if someone has two browser windows open. Yeah, with two accounts. Either which way, I'm enjoying the mirth and mayhem that it's all unleashed. It really has. Thank you, Suave, as well on the sound thing. It was an issue for me yesterday at the start of both streams, so that's why it kind of caught my eye. Different reason, but you kind of think, oh, is there something else I've missed? So, generally speaking, we will be running two cameras at shows regularly here onwards. That'll be the plan. Do a bit of consulting with members as well, though, before we lock that one in. Right, let's go to the Aegean that is well advanced with its taxi. Taxi! Ooh, I've seen some. Oh, sorry about this, I'm giving you whiplash, but I'm biased, so there you go. The Aegean is gorgeous. Oh my good golly, even though I'm biased, I've got an obligation to my viewership. There you go, Chippers. How's that for you, mate? No minty blue for you. What do you reckon, Tony? Room for improvement? Listen, the first one was an entrapment. You know I'm shouting into the thing with a croaky. I'm getting croaky. That flying PGS membership entry into the chat completely and utterly scrambled my limited senses. But plane on approach, get back to that one job. It's an ATR inbound from Sombra, courtesy of Scotland's finest. For some reason my bags have all moved. I know it's windy, but it ain't that windy. Hey, it is windy. What are we doing? Going again? Oh. I'm just going to rest the camera there. I don't know how much of it we'll get on replay. Let's have a look. I think I've missed the first skip there. You only get 35 seconds on this. A little bit bouncy, but I reckon the pilot did a cracking job really. It didn't look very stable initially when it caught that gust. Don't know what the chat think. Hey, I'm not too stable now. It's getting windy out. I'm just going to check in with Meta. I think there'll be a chance before this goes. It says 18 knots there. 15 to 25 now it says. And an amber flag. Tells you everything. Not really a whiskey drinker. Excuse me. Scottish Linda. I'm not a shorts person per se. I don't drink as much or much at all these days, truth be told. In fact, more likely to have a nice cold one at the end of a stream, you know, when I'm on the road or whatever, or on my holes somewhere, but generally don't. Ooh, that's my beloved Edelweiss. But no, don't drink a lot, full stop these days for various reasons. I do find I really appreciate now though, Guinness. I have a kind of on and off relationship with Guinness. Tell you what, there's some good looking planes in this phase of the show. No denying that. Good morning, Deb08. Excuse me. Catching a bit. The master of mayhem, aka wind's whipping. Tony Rivers. Hope it's not too windy where you are. I can't think Mutt Face will enjoy this. It's suddenly got very tasty. Come out, show yourself. Can't quite get the focus off the tree actually. Probably not my best idea. Eh? Where's Edelweiss going? Captain forgot to return the keys for his hire car. Oh, DB Busman, feel your pain. Freight seatbelt? How much? Right. It's going to be an interesting one, this. I don't know if you've done the reveal on it. A frayed seat belt. I think it's going to be something stupid like about 500 quid, 450 quid. If it's stupider than that, I'm going to have to go and have a lie down on your behalf. Chipaz asks about midweek. No midweek show team. Next back in action here on Friday for the Air Canada 737. Should get the thumbnail out. Probably Wednesday, I would have thought. So do look out for that team. Good morning, Alan Lee. How's tricks, buddy? So, no, I'd advise not going back to gate, Sam. It looks like it's taking a remote stand. It's definitely off on walkies. Anyone know? Let me know. Should have had the scanner with me. Ooh, chilly. Tripod lifted there. Uncanny that. So welcome and good morning, certainly UK good morning to anyone that is in the show that has recently joined. If you didn't know, I'm Mark. Welcome to Edinburgh, where we are watching the action on runway 24. Next inbound looks like, yes, it is a flying pencil, 757 inbound from Washington. Was due in at 10:25, so it's pretty much on time. Just quickly drop back up the chat in case I've missed anybody, and I have. Tony McCall, good morning to you, buddy. Thank you, HTC, kind words. I'm with you, Rob. Talking about that Logan Air ATR, it looked to me all the world that was just going to go around. But you know what? They are used to landing in some pretty ropey conditions, and I reckon they've got that sense of, that enhanced sense of what is doable. World Free TV, good morning to you. Paul Simister, up, good morning to you. So no go around yet. It's unbelievable. That could have been it. And Gary R, hello to you, sir. All the way over the pond in Southern California. Excellent. First time here. Well, Gary, I'm Mark. I don't know if you caught my introduction, but either which way, it's fantastic to have you with us. Certainly got plenty of transatlantic action left in the show. Forecourt is dominated by transatlantic carriers. And if we just pan to the left, this should have gone by now, by my reckoning. Should have been the New York Newark flight, and we have a Delta over here, which I think is the 330, is it not? Anyway, let's see how windy it is up in the sky. Quick check in on Meta, see what they were saying. So GUSTS up to 25 knots, or the wind range 15 to 25 knots. Feels windier still. Good morning as well to Neil Seaves, loving the show. Wind is testing today. Yeah, it's surprisingly testing actually for a westerly. Certainly those props are feeling it. Hope we've got a few more of those before we go off air at midday. That'd be a bonus. Thank you, Mary Brock. You are a sweetie. Yeah, definitely won't be streaming on my birthday. I'll be huffing and puffing, trying to blow 60 candles off my cake. Well, there won't be 60, obviously, because I'll be there till blooming Christmas, huffing and puffing. Right, Edelweiss just took the Scenic route. They have now got to the other end of the taxiway. I think they just got told to take a slow road to China. See a bit of haze now as well. Yeah, I'm with you, Gary Art. You are a man of taste. We had the A350 in during last night's show from Edinburgh. We'll put that out as a separate clip as well, but if you want to check it out, you can also get that in the stream. Came in around 6 o'clock-ish UK time. But either which way, we will put a separate clip out of it, the 350 arrival yesterday evening. Of course, we have plans to take the show to Zurich and Geneva later in the summer, and we will be flying Edelweiss on one of those legs. So more details to members in due course. Oh, plane's moved. I tell you what, Rab, the mileage you get in on your bike, you probably should drop the manufacturers some kind of email. They might comp you some stuff. Anyway, I didn't get, if I've missed it, DB, sorry if that skipped me in the chat, what was the cost for the seatbelt replacement quoted at? Because I am fascinated. I came up with a 500 quid because it seems to me that everything's 500 quid at a garage now. Minimum. I was saying at the beginning of the show, I'm in a very slightly different position a few yards on from where I normally stand. But it's got a bit of a slope that shelves away, so as I'm panning to my right and stepping to the left, if the wind blows with any gust, it's kind of tipping me over. Inexplicably. So United in, United out. How synchronised is that? We've got an EasyJet holding short at the other end of the track, but we're going to stay with the iconic 757s, although I way prefer that livery look So that's the one we're going to gaze at. Like most manufacturers, Rab, I don't think there's much stuff given by anybody now, truth be told. That's a good question you raised there, Jonathan McD. Has Rab literally worn everything out on it except the frame? Yeah, frame handlebars. Handlebars? How do you wear them out? Or have you got some souped up ones? Forks, motor brake calipers. Jeez Louise. Oh, I tell you what, Mary, it would be awesome to get out to Oz. It really would. Via Hong Kong and Singapore. And of course Japan, but I'm not planning on doing long haul now. So whereas I've got the thumbs up from the doctors generally, I do have a kind of under monitoring cardiac issue, and I just don't want to go that far away from home anymore, which is a shame, but kind of play the hand you dealt. Right, EasyJet, shortly to go. Let's have a look. There we go. Because I always thought it would be a really good thing to go out to Australia to watch an Ashes test as well. Ooh, planes and trains. Long train. Luxury length. Ooh, there's a blast from the past, Les Donaldson. Opal Fruits. Are they back to being called Opal Fruits now, or are they still Starburst, which just don't get me going on that. Right, from one flying pencil to another. Are you ready for the RB211 Concerto? Captain, we're good to go at Plain Sailing Aviation. Take it away, Maestro. A little bit of crab on that as it rotated up. See what the climb looks like. That was me looking over my shoulder at the, yeah, we sensed something's there, and it was ops car doing a fence check. Okay, back to terra firma. Still plenty of caravans over on the showground. Ferris wheel still there. Windsock straining still at that leash. And, oh yeah, we've got an EasyJet on the way out as well. Very slowly. On its way back to Luton, so it's obviously not in too much of a rush. Going short as well, I think. Yeah, Jonathan McD, opal fruits made to make your mouth water, except they never did. They made you want another one, and another one, and you'd be dead thirsty. Kind of thing I used to shovel my way through at the pictures. And then you've got an overpowering thirst that needs quenching. We need to get you, Rab, because I know you've got the range for Edinburgh, depending on weather conditions, etc. We need to get you on a show. How do you fancy it? Not doing wheelies and stuff. I mean, just, you know, catching a bit of the action and that. Take the zoom off that though. Wind is just moving things just a little bit too much, so that's not me shaking it, that is the wind. I guess it's the downside of a long lens. It's a bigger target for the wind. I love watching these turn. It's like on a sixpence. Spin it round, baby. Oh dear. John Mackenzie, back home. I'm probably one of those people that shouldn't be left near a box of crayons either. Although I am a bit of a, you didn't know this, a dab hand with the crayons in terms of helping my granddaughter with her crayoning. You've probably missed a couple of telescopes, John Mackenzie, probably the most shameful of which, the WestJet inbound from, was it Toronto? Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Bit of a batting collapse on the old telescope front. Right, let's have a little look, see what's coming our way. Somebody is out over the further forth, a Ryanair in from Paris Beauvais. As we established, educating Mark. Do you remember the film educating Rita. Well, there should be another one, educating Mark. I can't see it being a box office smash, but I can see a script that would work. Anyway, we were talking about Paris airports, weren't we? And the fact, I think we got to 4 named ones. Paris Charles de Gaulle, Orly. Sorry, Rab, I've forgotten how to pronounce the Beauvais we've got, and Le Bourget, as I would read it, but Rab did phonetically key it in for me yesterday. Anyway, this is the Beauvais one, which Linda Cooper's investigation revealed is not particularly near Paris. Anyway, for all of that preamble, that plane's coming in any minute, followed by all things French. We have an Air France A220-300 inbound from the real Paris, Paris Charles de Gaulle. You're right, Scottish Linda, some of these e-bikes do look a bit tasty. That's a good shout, Alibi. A good shout. The only thing was, I'll have to ask Eddie, because he's quite good at how to lift these out of the live stream. The replay didn't give me the first bit. You know that kink in his approach where he kind of deviated quite sharply, which was a shame. But I'll have a chat with Eddie while I'm driving home, just to see if we can lift it further back. It'd be good if we can. Good morning, Lowlander. Top of the morning to you. Walk completed. Excellent stuff. Yeah, those Just Eat people, is it part of the package? You get those grids? I don't know. They all seem to be like wearing, like, what do you call them? They wear the handkerchiefs over the face, like the bandits. Can't find a better term than that. I don't know if it's because they get fed up with picking flies out of their faces or something as they tazz along. Still windy. Ooh. Gonna let that one go there so we can use the replay at its full. Let's have a little butchers at this. Yeah, that was lively. I think the wicket is doing a bit. Oh my lord. Don't tell me this channel is becoming the colony of Norwich City. 3 Norwich City fans in our membership. At one point I was thinking we were being overtaken by a Falkirk FC reverse takeover led by Sir Les Donaldson, but others also declaring to be Falkirk fans. Leicester City fans are a bit thin on the ground. Right, Air France seems to have been out over the Firth of Forth for an age. On flight radar, it's hovering over the coastline. The wind's strong, but I don't think it's that strong. I'll tell you what it's time to do. Another throat pastel, just to get me through to the end of the show. Put the time to good work. Catch you later, KC. Have a good rest of the day, buddy. So for anyone that's just joined the show, there is our finale ride. The Hainan Airlines A330 that is going to be going out at 12 o'clock. In the meantime, plenty more to share. Wind is still quite handy. As you can hear. I was just about to say, go on, make the noise. Wherever I put the water bottle, it gets blown over. Unbelievable. Good morning, Yorkshire biker. Hope things are good. Exactly, Les. Viva la Wookie. In fact, just check nothing's on approach. Let's have another gander. I do like Air France. Never flown on them, but I always think it's a good livery. And of course, when I go to Brussels, I will break my duck in terms of flying on the A220, because one of the legs is with Air Baltic on a 220. So as you can imagine, I'm pretty excited by that. Looks like all the rain risk has transferred to the other side of the airport, which is pretty good news for us, although I'm up for a bit of spray at the end. I think that will be alright, but packing away wet kit's a bit of a bummer. Well, somebody's on the way in. This is definitely not a day for wig wearers to be chasing after it. So what we got happening next? Let's keep abreast of developments. Ryanair inbound from Gdansk. That's going to be your next inbound. Let's do the wind watch, see what Meta are saying. Better, worse, or the same? Feels about the same now, to be honest. Yeah, in that 15 to 25 knots range. Although it's got the crosswind component now shown as 8 to 13 knots. So that is a lot tastier and kind of squares with a couple of the movements what we have seen, with the ball doing a bit off the seam. So plenty of good stuff to round the show off. We are going to be done at 12 o'clock, but before we go, we will have seen the American Airlines Dreamliner depart, the Delta Airlines A330 depart, the WestJet Dreamliner depart. It's just, and more. A couple of Jet Blues as well. It's going to be a real finale in that sort of 11:30 through to 12 o'clock. Playing GUSTS roulette, we have Ryanair. Hey, jeez. Gordon Bennett. I'm just going to have to take a couple of minutes out, folks, just to check where everything's gone. That was a surprise. The whole shooting match nearly went over there. Right, I think I've got things back into order. Where the devil did that come from? And again, I'm just going to have to adjust a couple of bits here. That wind has gone up 2 or 3 increments.
need to get a bit more weight attached to things. So see what I've got in my pile of tricks. It's suddenly become one of those both hands on the tripod, or at least one hand. Windy at Newcastle, I see. I think their forecast wasn't dissimilar to here. $12.33 for the Qatar Dreamliner. You're trying to lure me into extending a little bit, Les. They need to make a bit more time, or I might be tempted by 12:15. I kind of promised Mrs. PSA that I'd... This doesn't feel right. Just bear with me. The tripod's just lost its position slightly. See what the indicator's telling me. Right, a couple more adjustments, I think. It's a wee bit better. Ooh, look at the weather there. Good day in plain sight. I'm Mark in plain sight. Welcome to the show. And Shiona Jedlicka, hello to you. Welcome to a pretty windswept Edinburgh. Supposed to be peaking out at around 45 mph gusts by 2 o'clock. We'll be done by then. I think 43 was our peak mph gustage. It's starting to live up to that. Yorkshire biker has hit 19 months with a channel, and then he's just unleashed a trio of Pegasus emojis. Dear me, give me strength. Yorkshire biker, you've been a great friend and a great part of our community. Thank you so much for your support. Let's put the fireworks on. Thank you, my friend. Where does that time go? Good morning, DR. How goes it? And also, John Macklin. I've been redeemed by the power of honey. So Linda Cooper kindly rescued me yesterday, bringing me an emergency supply of honey, and it's done the business. It's certainly got me over the line. I must confess that when I went to bed last night, I wasn't 100% convinced we'd have a show today, because I thought if I start like I finished yesterday, I just ain't got the legs for it. My husky, croaky tones, not the way to go. HTC can't multitask, and neither can I, HTC. My telescope tally speaks volumes on that score. Oh, thank you so much as well, DR. That is a really kind post. I've just read the rest of it. I'm blushing a bit. I love hanging out with you guys and girls, to be honest, and I really mean that. You get to a point in life where you kind of think, if it ain't fun, you shouldn't be doing it. Not the kind of luxury of choice you have so much when you're younger, but the older you get, that kind of thinking becomes more sensible. So, no mystery where that one will be going. London City, an Embraer 190 standard. Look at that, that's a lovely set. That sounds like a waterboarding trip you've got in mind for me, Tony Rivers. I'll be honest with you, just because I've got a warped sense of humour, I probably would have looked at doing that one as a live stream, going there with Pegasus, come back with Pegasus. But I've just got a view that A, it's probably too hot most of the summer, and B, I just have a worry that the authorities might have a bit of a pick and mix approach to live streamers. And I definitely don't want to be one that they pick. Be hilarious for you lot though, wouldn't it? So we are into the last hour of the show as it stands, and it's definitely not going to be a deep into Fergie time production today. We might have a sniff of the Qatar Dreamliner, but it needs to make a little bit more time up. Quick look around the perimeter. Hey up. No, you go for it. I'm live though, by the way, so.
I'm Diane, I'm Roman's mum.
So pleased to meet you,
I met you
Diane.
last year, a while ago. It was just, it's his.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Right here.
yeah, it was.
I remember. Did we not take a photograph?
Yes, we did.
I think you see my memories better than I thought.
Oh, well done. So
I didn't realise that was Roman at that point, though. I met Roman with Kev over the other side.
Right. Yeah.
Very
So
good.
He was trying to get out of school today because he wanted to come.
No, you can't be doing that.
So I'm like, no. So it's his birthday tomorrow.
Well, listen, how old is he?
9. He'll be 9 tomorrow.
9. Roman, you shouldn't be listening to this now because your mum's here and she'll know, but happy 9th birthday tomorrow. from Mark and all your friends at Plain Sailing Aviation.
Could I get you to sign a banner when you have a minute?
Of course. Have you got
Okay.
a pen and...
Got it over there. I don't want to disturb you though. I just come over because
How long are you here?
Whenever. What time?
Well, no, I'm going to finish at noon anyway,
Right.
so that's good. But if you need to be somewhere else,
No,
just
that's
bring it
fine.
this way and...
Leave it
Cool.
there. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome, Diane. Right, what have you lot been up to while I've been chatting? Let's have a quick check. You are well behaved, aren't you? Ooh, I see a tiny bit of WestJet there. One to look forward to. In fact, let's have a quick look at the departures board, because it's gone really definitely quiet on arrivals, which has surprised me a little bit. Lots of happy birthdays in the chat to Roman. Thank you so much, everyone that's posted a happy birthday. Shame it wasn't his birthday today, but then again, he'd be saying he want the day off, and education first always. He's a cracking lad as well. I didn't realise I met him last year. As soon as Diane mentioned it, I remember now, we took a photo together, pretty much where I'm standing now. E8. E to be 9A. My earliest birthday recollection was my 7th. Remember having a party with a load of friends from school, and it was a sunny day, and it was the 70s, and you get the general idea. It was great. Lots of cake, ice cream and jelly and stuff. Funny how you remember things like that, and that is actually the earliest birthday that I can remember. Right, I was checking departure action instead of giving you a burst of nostalgia. So let's have a look. The Boston Delta flight is due out at 11:20. So let's just see what's happening there. Can't quite tell, is it transponding? JetBlue is due out at 11:30, now showing 11:40. United are due out to Chicago at 11:30. WestJet at 11:30, now showing 11:45. American Airlines, are you loving this picture? I'm loving it. 11:35 to Philadelphia. It's just wall-to-wall carpet in terms of transatlantic aviation. Awesome stuff. And back to the chat. Kieran Hanley, hello to you. Welcome to the show. Colin Much. Talking all things transatlantic, I see Nick Gray is in the house somewhere. There he is, introducing himself with a Pegasus emoji. No, Nick, no. American Airlines, any other airline. Bit of a cross-country train moment there. I think it's cross-country to my quick snatched glance. Got to be some of the fustiest smelling trains on the network. We're living in the northeast. I often found myself on cross-country trains or LNER. Always preferred LNER to cross-country back in the day. Don't know if things have got better, but I used to think, God, these trains are fusty. Don't think you'll find the word fusty in the Oxford English Dictionary, but I don't know, they do seem to include anything these days, so who knows. So Kieran Hanley asks about Emirates using EDI. I bet someone's answered that one. They do. The A350 comes in the evening. We had that on our show yesterday. Sorry, Colin Much. I'm next back here on Friday. Otherwise, it would have been lovely to catch your flight off to Madrid, eh? Lovely stuff. What are you there for? Work, family? I'm with you, Tony McCall, about trains. I find it inexplicable that they have to be smelly, crowded, and all too frequently dirty. It's one of the interesting features of when I've gone abroad with the channel. I've had a couple of journeys now on by train in Germany and Holland, although they're both Germany, although one started in Holland, and the trains were clean, they weren't smelly, didn't see any antisocial behaviour. When I do the Zurich Geneva thing later in the summer, I'm going to be going by train between those 2 points, and I'm really excited about it in a way that I wouldn't be excited about if I was going to, say, London or something in the UK. I'd be thinking I'm going to have a seat that's going to make my backside hurt. Anyway, back to the planes, not the trains. Got a wibble, bit of a wibble there, but nicely done. Ib dib dib, my blue ship sails on the water like a cup and saucer. You are it. We'll just rest on the finale plane for a minute. Nick Gray, in my opinion, I don't think you're missing very much train-wise. Tony McCall has hit the nail on the head. Could and should be a lot better. I think if you, and presumably internationally people are seeing this kind of thing, our progress in doing anything with HS2 in terms of making it happen and, well, whether it's worth doing or whatever, who knows. It's nothing like the grand project it was, yet the money they've spent on it is definitely grand project territory. We don't do politics on plain sailing aviation, and also I think this is a cross-party political thing. Oh, is this a flying pencil? Have we got a... Is it the second? Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'd forgotten. It's the second flight from New York, Newark. It's like finding a £20 note in your wallet that you didn't know you had. Definitely feeling the wind. Is it going to get a freak gust? Oh, it's picking up now. So we are sock bang into the transatlantic window. Oodles of departures. You've just seen an arrival. Most of the carriers due out any time now. I think I can hear the start up on the Delta Airlines 767. Something whirring up. Turkish also on the move. How exciting! Just gone a bit croaky there with the excitement. Right, let's get back in the chat because I see we have a Ko-fi donation from Yorkshire Biker. Awesome support from a great friend of the channel, Yorkshire Biker. Let's do your fireworks first. Then get into telescope avoidance mode. Tony Rivers found the Newcastle Metro train quite fragrant. Do you mean like lavender kind of fragrant, Tony? Gentle sense of jasmine and stuff like that? Or something completely different? Fusty is kosher, is it, DV Bassman? That's a first for me. See if I can just get myself dialed back into the chat. So Colin Much off to Madrid, partner is Spanish, taking the kids for 3 weeks to be with the family. Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. My daughter-in-law, Mrs. Eddie, she's also Spanish, so we know exactly where you're coming from. Ooh, Turkish on the roll. So prepare well for some RB211 concerto. It's about to happen. Yeah, Tony, you are right about the embarrassment. That's why I wondered if Nick Gray and other viewers overseas get to see much of how we are delivering the largest infrastructure project that the UK currently has signed up for. Because I'm not sure where they're getting to with Heathrow these days. Downhill since beaching, says DR. It could be the new golden age. Revisionist stuff based on how rubbish things are done in the future. $12.14 for Brussels, says Les. I'll definitely extend for that. That could be the final plane of the show. It has cult status, certainly with me. So let's have a think. This must be Chicago, I'm thinking. Washington isn't due out till 12:35. So yeah, Chicago is where this baby is off to. United have got this off to a T, haven't they? Look, on the way out and on the way in. Hey up, you team stripes. How are you doing? Top of the morning to you here from Edinburgh. Still just about in the morning here. Getting perilously close to snack time. 250 likes up, says Les. I forgot about what the milestones are. Let's just say thank you, folks. That was for the 250 likes. So if you're in the show and you haven't yet dropped us a like, it'd be lovely if you could. It does go a long way. But either which way, thank you to all 250 folks. Especially and including Fly PGS. There you are, said it. Right, from one end to the other. Come on, planes and trains, show yourself now. This feels like the time. You could do with a great big long L&ER. All right, any train will do. Right, track is clear. You're good to go, Captain. Give it some welly. Bye. Ooh, I've just spotted a telescope moment. One of those slinky ERJ 145s. Looking good, it has to be said, in the sunshine. Southampton bound, I suspect. Yep, it'd be that. Tony says, different level of fragrant for the Newcastle Metro. To be fair, those carriages are antiquity itself. 1980s, I believe. Seem to have the notion that they're due a whole new rolling stock upgrade. Chip has, I don't know if you're still in the show, but I think I'm right, aren't I? Scottish Linda, Glasgow subway, a bit footsy. Lovely. Right, what have I got there? Fwelling, I forgot about Fwelling. They've been on the deck a while. on their way to Barcelona. Ooh, and our star plane, one of them, is also looking lively. Oh, so much to look at, so little time to look at it. Still 12:30 for the Dreamliner, is it? Tell you what, let's just go back here. Plenty of planes transponding. Did say it was going to be hot with transatlantic action. No kidding. 3:30 on shot at the minute, off to Atlanta. Welcome back now, W, and hi to Scott Lowry as well. You are on BA 1441, gate 6, 25 minutes delay due to fuel truck late. Sounds like they are working hard. Right, got an EasyJet inbound, so let me serve that up for you. The wind is back on, so is it going to move about? Let's find out. Uh-oh. Ooh, I spy JetBlue. Delta pushing their 767 back. That's off to Boston, coming your way, Nick Gray. Well, in about 6 hours. The perennial risk that is a telescope. There you go, planes and trains. And there's our Delta 330. So you've not even got time to put the kettle on. Even a bathroom break could be risky. There's some good stuff to see. So runway is just cleared. Queue is building. Got one eye on the WestJet Dreamliner tail fin as well. Kind of feeling it's due to move. But the grass blowing on that wind. Up and away. Yeah, I'm not going there. Let's go here. Vueling are just lining up to go. I'll put you on that in a minute. John Macklin, I don't know, my friend. We did the global show last month and I would love to do Glasgow again. We've got a great spot we can use there. Is that moving now? I think the problem is more to do with getting the right slot together for a live stream, continuity of action wise. Because it's a great place to excuse me, to showcase. Get your words out, Mark. I'd like to think we're going to do at least one more this summer, but that's not a hard commitment at the minute. That's more penciled in. So the working plan is we'd definitely like to get back for one more. Oh, it's my telescope, Logan Air. Is that going short? I fancy it might be. Anyway, let's worry about that in a minute. I think the voice is going again. Ooh, bit of a tilt on. However, smoothly done. Tell you what, let's go this way. Look at that. The minute they started putting 330s on this route, I thought we're going to have to bring the show here and catch a bit of it. So glad we have. Kerry Ann Lammy, good morning and hi to you. Hope Monday is going well. Nick Gray, yeah, we're the new Boston Logan. I'm loving that idea. We could do some kind of exchange. We'll send you a few Ryanairs and EasyJets. Yep, that was definitely worth seeing. Oh, there's another one. All right, it's not a 330, but it's, well, I love the 7.6 as well. Whee! Let's have a quick check in with the wind forecast, because I can't make my mind up. Mostly it seems to be easing, and then you get these freakish gusts. Meta is currently showing 16 knots, and what's the crosswind component? 6 knots. So it does seem to be, certainly crosswind wise, easing a little bit. Anyway, enough preamble. Jet Blue leading the line. Assuming that is the JFK departure. That is the one that's due out first. Indeed it is. Jim 33, good morning to you, buddy. 1 minute. Ooh, I like the look of this. Let's have a quick look on replay. Sorry, I let that overrun. I was just retasking the camera. Probably worth watching twice anyway. Cabo Taxi, hello to you, buddy. You've just seen it, eyes on, have you? A beauty. Right, JetBlue, you've got to get going, cause you're not going to be hanging around for long. Another 7.5. Oh, they're not hanging around. Tell you what, it's no exaggeration to say that if I wasn't wearing a headset, this cap would have disappeared down the embankment. It keeps trying to peel it off. Ah, 767, I see. So it must be Delta. There's impossible winglets. They're not even winglets, are they, at 11 feet? amount of wind that I've got on my back, this is coming off earlier, that's unbelievable. It makes me think the crosswind component must be more than they're saying on Meta. It kind of moves me about. Anyway, Nick, are you really gutted? I'm sure we could do something for you. Some kind of international exchange to, I don't know, further the betterment of mankind as far as aviation travel goes. Send you a few EasyJets. Can't have any of Scotland's finest though. We'll keep those here. This should get up really easy. Look at that. Good and early. That might be the earliest rotation I've seen today. It's a bit foggy, but I don't think I've seen anything sooner. Ooh, look at that. I know this sounds unlikely, but this is my plane of the day. In fact, let me just quickly put the record on that. Oops, erratic panning. Gorgeous. I was all for the Delta A330, but you know, I've got a soft spot for biz. Can you imagine owning that? Or if it's a holding company or whatever, having the clout to fly on something like that. Now that would be aviation heaven. So what's happening up in the sky? Enough dewy eye gazing out of Mark. Next inbound is beetling towards us. It is a Sun Express from Antalya and it's standard livery, no specials today. So that's what that is, Rab. Is it a Global 6000? Pure class. Right, let's get to the inbounds. Bit of a queue now. The queue is, you're going to see it as we pan through this landing. It is 5 or 6 deep now. So over to you, Sun Express. You check that queue out. I'll try and keep the plane high in the shot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go. It's going to be top heavy with departures. Right, let's get to the other end of things. What a queue, let's do it from the back. I don't think they've fueled it enough for this one to come your way, Nick, but could be part of our export drive. Thinking wind. American have pushed and turned, and let's have a look. Oh baby! Delta still holding well short. Lufthansa inbound with an A321. So let's go and get you that. Just joined the show, welcome to Edinburgh. I'm Mark, if you didn't know that already. Towards the back end of a really memorable Monday stream. Tell you what, that queue ain't getting any shorter, you know. They're piling on. Delta next to go. I think we said this was Boston, didn't we? Apologies for the rustling. I was having a quick change around on the mics. I couldn't remember which one was charged and which wasn't, so I deployed them both, and I've just realised one of them had died. Right, next to go is the Iberia A320, but it's definitely holding for the next inbound, which is a Eurowings A319 from Cologne. Ooh, Americans moving. Let's go with them. Let's ride with American. I think the voice is just starting to flag a little bit now. You can probably tell. just had too much excitement. I think that one got in just in time because the wind has just whipped again. Right, what else is happening? Ooh, Hainan are pushing. Iberia are just stepping up. That'll be your next departure, but let's stay where we are. Just quickly snatching into the chat. Tony Rivers, that Ashes 2005 series, I think that's probably my all-time favourite. I've got the DVD set for that one somewhere. It's the only Ashes series I've got the DVD set for. Oops, sorry. Caught the panhandle there, stupidly. Oh, here we go. Iberia rolling. What a lot of good action we've got. I mean, it's kind of nuts. Let's have a look. So the queue is getting longer. Let's just quickly check it out. I thought it was another one. Clearly not. That WestJet Dreamliner still hasn't shown any movement. I don't know if it's transponding. My flight radar is just agog with icons. So, who is next to go? Who's padded up? Ryanair off to Prague in a Max 8 200. Norwegian inbound, says Cabo from Oslo. Let's have a look. Not yet quite in my line of sight, but I'm on it. In fact, looking at the inbounds, yep, it is that Norwegian in the no tittering at the back with my lack of pronunciation skill. The Gidsken Jacobsen livery. I'm not sure what Gidsken Jacobsen his claim to fame is. That might be a new one for me. All I know is it's not Freddie Mercury. So, a bit of prop action just to keep the mix sweet. Guitar overhaul, says Les, due 30 minutes. Might just be out of my reach there, Les. Ooh, where am I going? That plane's moved. Whatever. Moving planes. Although looking at the queue, oh crikey, that Norwegian's closed a lot faster than I appreciated. Ooh, the WestJet Dreamliner must be bleeping because it's moved. Nick, yeah, England did win in 2005. It's a classic. Well, if you like cricket, it's a classic. Chippers has got the 2005 Ashes on the DVD box set as well. That must have been a good seller. Cool, check out the movement there. I can feel the tripod shuddering. JetBlue have pushed and turned as well, and WestJet have got their Max 8 on the move. That was my worst ever telescope, most high profile one, I think. Oh dear. So next to go, Air France A220-300 back to Paris, to the premier Paris airport. There is a plane behind this, so I guess EasyJet from Krakow, so some decisions had to be made there. Quick look at the tail fin. Oh, it's one of the good ones that hasn't been faded. Whether it's a new one or not, I don't know. So, look at that. There's a moment for you. Two WestJets hurtling. Hurtling's probably a bit of a, ooh, crikey, telescope moment. Here's the inbound from Krakow. In other news. Look at that, baby. However, hold the thought, cause we've got other business. American are just about to line up. Somebody is on long finals at the minute. Yeah, that EasyJet has yet to vacate. I'm thinking Brussels are due about now. Oh, it is Brussels Spotty inbound. And planes and trains and American Airlines and WestJet. Oh dear. If we look at the line, you think you were at a way bigger airport. Hainan, some WestJets, more WestJets. Calm yourself down, Mark. Planes and trains is happening. Check this out. Can't languish on that because Brussels are pretty much on us. Feels like it might be spotting with rain as well. Bit of nuisance. A Scott Rail emoji, says Les. You could be right. Thank you, Trevline, for the push on the likes, and Alibi 58. I think says we're pretty close to 300. We might be beyond it. We might be on the cusp of. Either which way. Ooh, what's going in here? The wind machine is on, but that looks pretty serene. JetBlue is the latest contestant to join the queue. That will be the Boston return. Sadly, we can't send that Ryanair to Boston. Off to Milan instead. Thank you, Les, as well, for the kind comment on the shot. I'm starting to think, Tony McCall, I like them all. I can't choose. Foxy B is in the house as well. Good afternoon, Laura. I think that Global 6000 that we saw half an hour ago is my plane of the day, though. Despite the fierce competition. So I've mentioned it a couple of times, but just for the benefit as well for anyone that is new in the show, we will be back at Edinburgh live on Friday, if you fancy it. Ease you into the weekend. Air Canada debuting their 737 route. I can't remember which it is. Is it Montreal? I've got a feeling I want to say Montreal. I'm just a bit leggy now, so probably say anything actually. Lloyd Fox, good afternoon to you. Anyway, just go back to Friday's show from Edinburgh. So if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, if you hit the sub button, which is entirely free, and the notification bell, you'll get to see the thumbnail when it comes out. Should be a cracker. I ain't checked the weather forecast yet though. See what the wind's about. So this is a Ryanair inbound from Venice. $300 likes are up, I see. Nice one. Thanks for the heads up, folks. Do a quick celebratory burst of pyrotechnics as soon as we land this baby. Tell you what, there's still a good few there, isn't there? Canny few. Gradually changing over though from transatlantics to the European carriers. Hainan next to go. One of our planes of the day. Just about squeeze it in. So, peal of fireworks for 300 likes, folks. Thank you so much. Right, here we go. Let's have a bit more of it as it comes out of the trees. Got a long old flight ahead of it. When I got back to the hotel last night, this plane was showing live on its way out here. What time would that have been? About 10 o'clock-ish, quarter to 10. How many in-flight movies would you get through in that time? So the queue is still lengthy. 2 WestJets, a JetBlue, EasyJet, and that's that. So if the Qatar Dreamliner can make it by the time this line goes, we'll include it. Or if it's on final approach, that will be fantastic. So if you like a Qatar Dreamliner and you want to see it, bend my ear about it in the chat. Otherwise it's nip and tuck. Hey up, Duncan Gall. How you doing? Welcome to the stream and thank you so much for your kind praise. Lovely to meet you. I'm Mark, and for the benefit of anybody else that doesn't know who I am, lovely to have you with us. Right, somebody is on extremely long finals. I can see twinkling. That'll be a Ryanair from Brussels. 737-800, 18 years of age. Is that what that is, Alibi? 9.5 hours the flight. Mind you, it's due in here, isn't it, at something like 6 in the morning or something like. Trying to stop the wind wobbling the setup, but the long lens is an absolute wind magnet. Yeah, it's getting a bit croaky. Bit of a crab on. I think you're right, Foxy B. I need to hit replay on that actually. I got momentarily distracted. Did have a bit of rock and roll about that, didn't it? I'm thinking it might have felt a little bit discombobulating for those on board. It all kind of flattened itself out decent enough, but I did think, ooh, is this one that's just going to struggle a bit with stability? So this feels about back to front really for me. We've got a Toronto flight that's a max 8 and behind it a Calgary flight which is Dreamliner. I suppose the answer's in the numbers. Right, so where are we now? 12:24. Good folks, tell me what's happening with that Qatar Dreamliner. Ah, right. Tony McCall, Calgary, much further. That will make a lot of sense. Oh, Calgary, is that the west coast? Every time I can think of it, is actually, didn't they have the Olympics at Calgary many years ago? Anyway, it's a welcome addition to the show. 16 minutes, says Rab. No, we're going to close with this one, folks. Oh, after the JetBlue that's behind it. Hope that's okay. I've got... it's been a great fun trip, but I need to get weaving. I did promise Mrs. PSA that I'd be on the money time-wise today, at least to some extent. Of course, by the time that JetBlue goes, that might be closer to 15 minutes. I think we're going to have the climb, haven't we? Let's have a look. X marks the spot. Tell you what I am going to do though, while we await the departure of the JetBlue, I'm just going to do our usual roundup of thank yous to everybody. Let's do what's right and all that. So it was fantastic to celebrate Mary Brock's 4-month milestone as a member of the channel. Dean Kerbo blew us away with an incredibly generous super chat. Yvonne V celebrated 16 months in the PSA crew lounge. Keith Cornell, 20 months from Chigwell's finest. Right, my handwriting here is no good at all, but we had a gifted membership from possibly the longest ever, does that say name? Oh, sorry, you know who you are. Possibly the longest ever name. Oh, I can't read the last bit. You know who you are. Love the handle, and thank you so much for gifting a membership. Then Scottish Linda blew me away, gifting 20 memberships. Awesome support from a friend that also gifted us yesterday. Fly PGS. Notice I said Fly PGS rather than Flying Pigs. Was a welcome, if incredibly surprising and telescope-inducing member of the PSA crew lounge. Incredible stuff from Mr. Rivers. Aviation Action Scotland so generously Kofi donated me, and I will get that coffee on the way home, undoubtedly, Gary. Yorkshire Biker also generously Kofi donating the channel and celebrating 19 months with us. I'll put it all in a community post, but thank you so much, everybody. Moderators, though, honestly, I'd take my hat off, but headphones will stop that happening at the minute. Awesome support over, not just today, but yesterday, 2 shows, 3 shows in 2 days. That is no small thing. Massive time commitment, and honestly, you blow me away. And frankly, the folks who've watched in all those shows. Got such a good community here. a slight draft there on rotation. Right, I think there's an EasyJet to line up, but let's have a look where we are now. See where the Dreamliner is. Currently showing 9 minutes. I'm going to throw it to the chat. Do you want me to do the 9 minutes and get you the Dreamliner? Entirely up to you. Yay or nay stuff. But if folks have seen enough, that's cool. Equally, if it's a nay, that's cool. But that would be Dreamliner and knock. I'll have to yank all the leads at that point. If I could start taking stuff to bits in the meantime. I'll look to the chat, see what you say. Matteo Risi is a yes. One more Chipaz, yay from Les. I'm up to it, Rab. I'm just a rubbish time manager. If you guys and girls are up for it, I don't like to shortchange you. Oh, and United are pushing back as well with a Washington departure. So I tell you what, we're going to do it. Thanks, Ali, by my shout. Well, as long as the mods are with me, I'm in. It is one of those interesting paradoxes. I would have rather it came in a bit later and removed the dilemma, but it would be rather nice to finish with that. I'm going to start taking a few bits to pieces. In the meantime, so forgive me for any undue rustling. I think first order of business, it ain't going to rain, is it? So let's take the protective bag off the camera. I can't believe a morning's gone by so fast. You're going to see a bit of disturbance over the lens. There you go, good to go. I suppose packing away in the wind is going to be interesting because it wants to grab everything. Put that in there for a minute. Right, that's superfluous, so I can take that out. Looks like we've got an Aer Lingus A321 shortly to make its way out. Seven minutes now on the Dreamliner. To be fair, it would be rude to hang up, and you get one more RB211 Concerto. I think we're okay on all power. I am losing power on different things, but not at a rate that should cause us too much headache. Qatar number 4 on the inbound list. Well, ahead of that, here's number 1. Ooh, no time to dally. Looks like the Aer Lingus A321 XLR is next to go. The only XLR in the show. Right, what else can I take to bits? Right, we have another aircraft inbound. Logan Air inbound from Stornoway. Looks a bit skittish. Smooth as silk on the landing though. Just found myself another lead to unplug. Check you're still with me. Looking good, Houston. Looking good. It's like one of those games of Kaplunk. How many things can you pull out before all the balls tip out? So let's have a quick look-see. British Airways inbound next from London Heathrow. And a 320 Neo. Hoi! The strong wind has returned. Right, by my dead reckoning, Qatar must be next. It's a long way out. There she blows. Trying to keep it steady at this level of zoom, not easy. Just going to continue unplugging things, so fingers crossed that works out. It's a good start. Blinking X-Mit's on the move. I'm staying with this one, folks. That don't count as a telescope, the EasyJet, that's still on the deck but moving. This will be the last but one plane because I'm not going to leave an RB211 Concerto behind. That is next to go. Sorry about that, don't adjust your set. Right, no ceremony now. Final plane of the show, literally the final plane. And what better way to finish than a Qatar Dreamliner arrival and a United departure. In the meantime, I will continue taking things to bits. So everybody, you have been awesome, double awesome really. Thank you so much. Let's have a quick look in the chat. Missing anybody? Ryanair, welcome to the show. Just in time for the 757 Concerto. No, Rob, Les, that can't be a telescope. That EasyJet. That was an editorial decision. You lot are rotters to me. Well, you're not really, but you know what I mean. So what I'll do is we'll follow this out, try and pick its climb out from behind the trees, and then I'll cut the feed and hope to see as many of you as possible on Friday. Have a really great week. Have fun, stay safe, and take care. There you are. So, this is Mark signing out from Edinburgh International Airport. Bye-bye, folks.